Okay. Ketchup, mayo, barbecue sauce. Okay, so I'm gonna ask. Is there a particular barbecue sauce, Shadow? Oh, show me. There we go. Oh, I got them all. That's why. Guys, thank you for the level 1 hype train. You guys are crazy. Crazy. Thought I got an emote out of it, but apparently I have all of them. Okay. So we have Moon Door, Star Door, Sun Door. Sweet Baby Ray's. That sounds delicious. Oh, I don't have Estelle yet. Only the door. Sun Door. Sundoor's mini game. Okay, so we'll do that one. So we need Zin for that one. We have that one. Hold on. This should be in our book, shouldn't it? Yeah, there we go. Side stories. There we go. What's up, Dan? Welcome in. How are you, buddy? You guys can't wait to see a specific door. We will play Trails to find out, is what you usually say.
I'm Groot. I'm Groot.
That's right.
I'm Groot.
No! No, that's the button that will kill everyone. Try again.
I'm Groot. I am Groot.
Uh-huh.
I'm Groot.
No, that's exactly what you just said. How's that even possible? Which button is the button you're supposed to push? Point to it. No!
I love it. One of the best redeems I ever put on here. What's up, Cardboard? How are you, buddy? Guys, welcome on in if you were just joining us. We're gonna do some doors tonight, and we're gonna try to finish off chapter 4 by the looks of it. Hungry but too lazy to get food. I understand. The dancer with the silver locks. So that is Shara. The darling of pure white radiance and proof of her scholarship. That's Chloe. Girl who shines like the sun, and may the boy who cherishes that light be at her side. So I think that's Joshua and Estelle. What's up, Falling Snow? How are you? Welcome in. And I think now that we have Agate, we can do Ida's door again, I guess. We have all those on Star Door. Bring to me the girl who entrusts her feelings to her blade. That must be Annalise. Star Door. That's short. Okay. Food is the basis of all. Man can only tread the right path with food with his stomach. Okay, I need 20 recipes for that one. Gotcha. I need Estelle for that one, and we have Zin for that one. So why don't we get this out of the way? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, currently bashing my head against FF Tactics. Oof. Oof. Which one are you playing? If love a Final Fantasy Tactics collection that includes, I'd love a Final Fantasy collection that includes War of the Lions Advanced and Advanced 2. I'm trying to find the advanced copies. Orbiment. Orbiment. Oh, I can't. Oh, okay, I get it now. We're gonna go with that. I have a question. Is cheese a condiment? If it's on a burger, I guess it kind of would be. It's a topping. There you go. Mac and cheese. Mind 3. Beta's good. You cut just in case I do need Tita. DP2 defense. Geez, we're only 23 hours into this game. Really? Salsa, yes, I would say salsa is a condiment. I say that because I put them on wraps. Indoor one. Okay. Jeff, you're off to a great start. Absolutely great start.
Leave it to me. Let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Put them in the party first.
Leave it to me. I'll get you home.
What are you?
Bring to me the girl skilled in orbital energy, accompanied by an ever-burning flame. Only then shall the door open. Part 2. This is the long one, so this one should just, we're getting this one out of the way first, I guess. Then we'll probably do the sun one with Zin, 'cause that's a mini game, and then we'll do some of the short ones. I shall grant to you a memory fragment and my blessing. Oh, good! I don't have to fight anything with this one. Nice. City of Zeiss. Agate's gonna finally meet Erica. This could be bad. Ah, can't believe I'm going through with this. I should never have given in to pressure and promised to come here once a month in the first place. Having to adjust my schedule all the time just so I can come all this way to eat is such a pain in the ass. But, well, whatever. I do owe her, I guess. Wow, we haven't failed yet. Oh, what the hell? I just felt this horrible chill run down my spine. What was that for? Oh, he knows. Okay then. Doesn't seem like I've caught a cold or anything. Probably no big deal. Oh shit. Well, that's everything switched that needs to be. The machine guns are new models, so they could probably do with some tweaking. It's all of its armament strengthened. It's like, just look at that smirk. Just look at it. She is like, she's crazy. She's absolutely crazy. And think, she made Tita. One of the cutest things, the cutest glass cannon that's here, and she's crazy. There's no other word for it. Its mobility is up 16% because of all the work we did through the night, you know. Okay, I think we should leave it like this for now and take some data as is before we start doing anything else. Works for me. Ordinarily, we just settle for testing whether it can perform basic actions at this stage, then call it a day. But thanks to all of Tita's help, it's ended up relatively complete for a prototype. Crazy? I was crazy once? People tell me I'm crazy because I drink black coffee. You hate Erica? She's something special, Heart Trip. I think we could probably get away with doing a simple combat test using it even. And we should too. After all, it just so happens that we have the perfect guinea pig for it coming. Forget. Mom, Dad, morning, Tita. Did you sleep well? Yeah, I'm feeling great. But, all I can picture in my mind is the sight of that red-headed hooligan crawling on the floor after getting the beating of a lifetime by the Orbital Gear. I can hardly wait to see it in real life, too. Mom, I keep trying to tell you that Agate's really not a bad person. Don't take what she's saying to heart, Tita. She could probably stand to discuss the issue a bit more tactfully. But I'm sure all she wants is to find out exactly what Agate's doing, trying to worm his way to you in the first place. Oh boy, even Dad seems to have him wrong. Okay, let me explain this one more time. He might be sort of rude and blunt, and he does grumble every time he has to do something, and he has a bad habit of scaring people off easily. But he's actually a kind, good person. I swear. You drink black coffee? Coca-Cola coffee? I believe you were talking about that one day, Drake. I can't remember. I can't find it around here. From what I could tell, this woman right here is maybe the most hated person in all the games. I wonder why, Dan. The persona that she gives off when you first meet her is like, this person is crazy, like absolutely crazy. Really now, I'm starting to get a little worried about him too. What? Why? I keep saying he's a really nice person. All right, time to go and get things ready. I'll leave the final adjustments to you, Dan. I've got something to take care of elsewhere. You're going then? That I am. I've heard more than enough. Something has to be done. The sinner must be punished with death. What? Mom, where are you going? Wait. Yeah. Posted a photo in the tavern earlier today, as it so happens. Okay, we'll have a look after. What in Adios's name is happening here? Thank you, Miranda. Are you all right? I'll live. What was Erica in such a rush for? Well, it's time for the testing to begin. You're not much less of an overprotective parent than she is. I'll have you know. Where is she? I could have sworn I saw her running this way. Where could she have gone? You like the Coca-Cola coffee? I will have to try to track some down. Probably shouldn't have arrived so early. Might as well drop by the guild and see if there's any work to do until evening. She's in the guild, isn't she? Oh my god. There she is. Run, Agate. That's just my imagination. The second I walked in the door, I felt like my life was in mortal danger. The only person here is that researcher there. But it must have been. Oh my. My. What have we here? Dude legit pulled his sword out. He is fearing for his life. If it isn't Agate Crossner. I pity you. I really do. Come again? I never dreamed my target would come wandering in nonchalantly while I was making the necessary preparations for his execution. But that makes things easier for me. Now I can tell you what I want directly. We've prepared a most perfect place to die for you over at the Central Factory. So come along. There's not a moment to waste. Who are you? You here to pick a fight with me or something? Not at all. This is a completely legitimate request I've made to the guild. Or, more specifically, to you. Like hell you did. No request like that would ever get accepted here. If you want to submit a guild request to the guild, you're gonna have to come up with something a little better than that. Oh, you pitiable flea. I figured you were a little thick-headed, but I didn't think your general IQ would be quite this low. You need to be more aware of your sins. What does this woman have against me? Her eyes are scaring the shit out of me. Clean out those ears of yours and listen well, moron. This request is about testing the capabilities of the orbital gear by comparing it to you in a variety of situations. Which means that by helping us, we'll be able to improve it. And in the process, maybe the unforgivable sins you've committed shall be... Just what are you rambling on about, woman? Maybe you didn't get the memo, but the Bracer Guild exists to help people who really need it. We don't exist just to do any old thing someone feels like asking us to do. So I really haven't got time to be messing around with some crazy time waster. Is that the real reason you don't want to do this? Or are you just scared? Say that again. I think she's picking the right words. I can't find her anywhere in town at all. She hasn't gone home. Just where could Mom have run off to? It's not my fault you're not listening to me. As I said, if you help with these tests, I might even be gracious enough to consider reducing your punishment a little. That sounded like Mom. Could she be in the guild? If you want help that much. Tita? Agate? What are you? The one thing that drives me nuts is those text boxes that automatically go away. Oh, and one more thing I want to make very clear right off the bat. You do not get within 1 cell's radius of my sugar-powdered donut under any circumstances. Are we clear, you shameless hoodlum? Wait a sec. Whoosh, zoom, oh my god. She's faster than those crazy sheep.
Unacceptable!
The hell? What just happened there? She just up and ran off with Tita. I hope I didn't just witness her getting abducted by someone dangerous. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, what's up, Kilika? Her name is Erica Russell. She's Tita's mother. Her mother? That is Tita's mother? You've got to be kidding me! Her parents came back here from abroad about 2 weeks ago now. Erica and Dan Russell. Their arrival was somewhat unconventional, admittedly. But they really are Tita's parents. I can assure you of that. You're trying to tell me that woman is related to her by blood? And with that mystery solved, would you mind if we got right to discussing work matters? Oh, yeah. Lay it on me. I'm free until this evening, so if you got any quick jobs that need doing, I can knock them out for you. Well, first, there's this one from the Central Factory. They're requesting assistance with a variety of tests for a prototype of a new weapon called the Orbital Gear. Orbital Gear? Hold up a minute. That sounds familiar. The guild has officially accepted the request that Erica mentioned to you earlier. It has your name on it, in fact. I can't believe this. She actually submitted that as an official request. I don't know much more about this orbital gear than you do, I'm afraid. She merely described it as a weapon that combines the finest in Liberal's orbital technology. It's being developed by the entire Russell family together, to boot. The location you'll need to go is Zeiss Central Factory. A new weapon? Wait a sec, you said the whole Russell family, right? Not just the adults? Please tell me Tita isn't involved in this crap. I couldn't tell you, she didn't say. I've heard Tita was about ready to graduate from being an apprentice and become full-fledged engineer though, so perhaps she is. Would her involvement be a problem to you, Agate? Well, no, but I've never met her parents. I've only heard about them from Tita, so it's not like I could pretend to know what they're like. But her mom's nothing like she made her sound, and she seems kinda messed up in the head. Hit that nail on the head, didn't they? Kilika, please. Please step on me. She isn't just crazy. She's boogly moogly. If that kook's got Tita involved in developing some kind of new weapon. Put their request on hold for now, Kilika. On hold? Don't give it to anyone else for now, I assume you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna go and find out what's going on. Don't even think of giving that to anyone else before I'm back. Run, Agate, run! Bum 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 da, 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 da. Saw something crazy the other day. I was selling flowers like I usually do when all of a sudden people started raining down from the sky. I couldn't believe my eyes. Oh boy. Let's go down. Oh God. I am not singing that, Miranda. Oh, wait, I recognize you. Weren't you the one of the bracers on the RCL? Yeah, I remember you too. You and the other engineers did a great job, but it ended up flying out of the sky. Thanks again for what you did. Think nothing of it. We were just doing our jobs. Okay. Not it. What, like floor 3? You're looking for Erica Russell? I haven't seen her today. Sorry. If I haven't, though, it makes me wonder whether she's finished that project she was plowing through. She's been hogging all the equipment to herself to work on it lately. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think all the greenhouse experiments are basically done now, which means it's time to start work on my next project. Make an archaeism modeled after Tita. Time to start with drawing up the blueprints. Tita's mom's eyes creeped me out when I saw those, but this guy doesn't seem to be in the right mind either. Maybe I gotta stop him too? Ray was able to produce a plant capable of soothing people in a mere 3 months, which is pretty amazing. I still can't believe he was actually able to do it. How did he even pull it off? He barely even did any selective breeding at all. Always gotta talk to the kitty cat. Antoine is you always gotta talk to Antoine when you run into him. Oh, I guess, well, the only floor I didn't go to was floor 2, and that's apparently where I may probably have to go. Good job, Jeff. Good job. That's the library. The bibliothèque. Factory chief seems to be out, but I have no idea where he could have gone. I need him to sign these documents too. What's up, Sealan? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Oh yeah, the only place I didn't go. The roof. Ah. Just where are those two gone? I can't find them anywhere. Good. How's it going for you? We are doing fantastic. Hey there. You must be Agate. Who's this guy? He doesn't seem like any ordinary engineer. Oh, I get it now. You're Dan. right? Seem to remember hearing you were a bracer at one point. Oh? Was it Cassius who told you? Oh, no. I've just heard some stuff about you from Tita and her grandpa. Right. Actually, he quit the whole bracer thing about 10 years back, didn't he? Makes it right around when Cassius joined. I can't imagine him being as much of a lunatic, but who knows? You guys are developing a new weapon, right? I heard you got Tita helping you out with it. That true? Oh, yeah. She's not just a simple assistant, however. She's a formal member of its development team. Tita's become so much more capable over these past couple of years. I don't even feel like there's all that much I can teach to her anymore. I was right. What the hell have you guys got your own kid doing? I know you're busy and that you can't afford to be back home here that often. And I know the little squirt loves Orbital Tech, so part of me gets why you'd want her to help with whatever new stuff you've got in the works. But that doesn't make it okay to let someone that young work on developing a new weapon. Use some common goddamn sense, man. What's so funny? Agate, do you trust her? Honk. Damn it, Station. What's trust got to do with this? And don't go trying to change the subject on me. What you've got her doing, I've heard a lot about you since coming back here. And with that, there's just one question I want to hear the answer to from you directly. Now, it's my understanding that you've been keeping her company quite often while my wife and I were away. Is that because you feel she's unreliable? Or maybe just a coincidence? Or is there some other reason? Just what have you been trying to achieve by being with her so much? What? I wasn't trying to achieve anything. Guess if I have to give an answer, there's no denying how much she's helped me. I'll admit, at the start she seemed like she could do jack all, and I stuck around to protect her. But she never actually needed it. She ended up doing way more for me than I ever did for her in the end. So yeah, I guess when I put it that way, I do trust her. Your daughter's pretty damn amazing. I see. Okay, so he doesn't seem to have as many screws loose as his wife. I can probably give him a pass, right? Look, I'm guessing there's some special reason Tita ended up involved in developing that weapon of yours, right? You mind telling me what it is? Yeah, there is. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt to tell you. You're familiar with Ren from Ouroboros, right? Yeah? That crazy strong little girl with the huge robot? Couldn't forget her if I tried. Tita told us that she's friends with that girl. Which sounds insane, I know. Nah, it's not. She doesn't talk about it, but I know she is. Feels like she's going to unnatural lengths to avoid the issue even coming up, too. That makes explaining this a little simpler. The Orbital Gear project was begun with the aim of developing a new kind of weapon that could compete with the Society's advanced military technology. Eventually, we hope to end up with something that can even go head-to-head with Patermater. As soon as she heard about what we were planning to do, Tita told us that she wanted to be a part of it, of her own volition. At first, Eric and I were strongly opposed to the idea. It was Tita who insisted she wanted to do whatever she could to keep the connection she had with Ren. She wouldn't take no for an answer. She insisted this was something she could do for her. From my perspective, her intention isn't actually to talk Ren down or anything along those lines. She just thinks that by participating in the Orbital Gear's development, she'll be able to keep thinking about her. The project connects them in tiny ways, even if they can't meet, and even if Tita can't do anything more substantial for her. It really is a tiny connection, and yet that's probably the best she can do for Ren right now, and she's determined to do it. I had no idea. He's such an idiot. How am I supposed to know you're shouldering something that heavy if you don't tell me? She's working on the project formerly as an engineer, no different to Erica or me. My wife was the one who gave her permission. After she showed as much resolve as she did, it wouldn't have been fair of us to treat her like a child. You mind if I ask something? Where's that orbital gear thing now? Does that mean you're up for the job? Well, I can't walk the hell away. She might go do something crazy again if I leave her alone. I see. Albert was right about you, Agate. You do seem to have some promise. Well, what are you talking about? What did Gramps say? You'll need this, incidentally. Agate received an identification card from Dan. Using this in the elevator will get you will let you get to basement 5, 5th floor of the building where the tests will take place. Tita and Erica should be there. You're going to want to make sure you're ready if you do go, though. Erica's been dead set on testing you. I couldn't care less what she wants. I'm just gonna go help Tita with the tests. What anything else does is none of my business. What about you, Dan? You ain't coming? Don't mind me. I'll be there. And just so we're clear, I haven't decided to accept you myself yet. Accept me as what? He's kind of under the impression that you know, they're trying to get together, kind of like everybody else, but no. They don't see it that way. I guess this is the place. Oh wait, is that it? That's all the checks on the legs complete. I guess I'll check the settings one more time too. I've got nothing to do till Mom and Dad come back, so I should make the most of it. I thought it was gonna be an orbital cannon. Can't believe you're making a robot as nuts as this. Agate? What are you doing here? Is it because of Mom? Did she ask you to come here? I'm so sorry. Mom and Dad seem to have got you all wrong. I keep trying to explain to them what you're really like, but they never listen to me. It's not a big deal. I ain't here because your mom asked me to come anyway. You're not? Well, I heard you were working pretty hard down here, like as a proper engineer. So I figured I'd come and join you as my way of showing my support, I guess. Helping with these tests is an official request anyway, so it works out. Okay, let me give you a brief rundown of the orbital gear then. Prototype's most distinguishing characteristics is that the pilot can climb inside and operate it directly from within. It hasn't been decided for sure the final model will necessarily be like this though. Oh, and then there's how it reaches its maximum mobility. Come over here for a minute. Sure. We've designed a new walking system to increase its mobility substantially, you see. Ordinarily, bipedal robots require 2 units that control their posture and center of gravity which work in tandem with one another walk. But this approach really drains system resources across the whole archaism. The way we've chosen to resolve this is... Huh? Oh, hi, Erica. Hi. Didn't see you there. What the hell? Mom, how long have you been there? So, you've decided to assist with the tests, have you? Agate Crossner, you're so sweet. Does that mean you finally accepted your sins and have come to repent? I have no freaking clue what you're talking about. You were trying to get close to Tita thinking I wasn't here, weren't you? Admit your sins and repent. I finally have first-hand evidence. For crying out loud, will you quit with those eyes? It's giving me the creeps. He might be completely useless when it comes to technology, but he's got potential, don't you think? He might just be right. I have to admit, there were concerns. But I can appreciate that he has at least tries to follow subjects he doesn't understand instead of outright refusing to listen to them. What are you two doing up there? Especially you, Dan. You were just up on the roof with me a minute ago. I did tell you I was going to watch the test, didn't I? Well, here I am. I can't work out what he's thinking any more than I can his wife. Don't you dare ignore me, Agate Crossner. Eep. Well, regardless, that's everyone gathered now. I suppose it's time for us to begin. What are we doing? I finished all the necessary final checks. Good girl, Tita. Let the testing begin. What is wrong with this family? Pretty sure the most dangerous weapon in this world is Tita's mom at this point. You were definitely right, Dan. I would not mess with this woman. Well, Tita, do you think you'll be able to operate it all right? Yep, I'll be fine. I've had plenty of practice. I'm ready to go as soon as everyone else is. Beginning monitoring. No problems in the data link. Looks like we're good to go. Okay, Agate. We're now going to begin testing the Orbital Gear version 0.5. You sure you're ready for this? Yeah, I am. I've come this far. I'm not going to turn tail now. I want you to promise one thing before we begin, though. The final test will be a mock battle between yourself and the Orbital Gear. If you cause Tita to have so much as a tiniest scratch on her, I'll be sending you up to the goddess personally. I wouldn't go quite that far, but you get the idea. Don't hurt her, all right? I know. I ain't gonna hold back, but I ain't gonna hurt her either. That's all I wanted to hear. Okay, for starters, Dan went around Agate and began attaching small quartz to various points on his body. Oh, what are you doing? Those are so that we can collect data from your body in real time during the testing process. This prototype's mobility should be about equal to your own, so if not a little above what you're capable of. So this should be the perfect way to test what it can really do. Well, if that's your reason. You sure this isn't some form of harassment? Of course not. Right. Erica, if you would. Gladly. Phew. Oh God, what is she doing? She is definitely crazy, isn't she? What the fuck? What? What am I even watching here? That's Erica's success dance. She always does it before every big test or experiment. Cha! Alrighty, I'm ready. Setup complete. I can't believe you still do that after all this time. It's not like it actually has any practical effect either. If you look at the data from all the tests she's done collectively, there is no difference in the odds of success whether she does it or not. Here, let me take care of that. Yeah. She does not want anyone touching that machine. Or Tita. As you can see, it's best to leave her alone when she gets all fired up like this. I'm feeling exhausted already, and we haven't even started yet. And thus begins the Gundam arc of the story. I like Gundam. I like mechs. What's up, Dragon? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. The first test is a simple race. You're going to be doing 3 laps of the course, and the first to finish the line wins. There are obstacles in the way too, just so you know. Be careful of those. Are you ready, Agate? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's get this started. I'm here for work, not to play. So you are. Well, take your positions. Oh, I don't have to control it. Got it. Understood. She's a fast Orbman. What just happened? It flew. I'm sorry, Agate, but Mom told me I had to finish the race by jumping over the finish line all of a sudden. I should have known. Mind you, it's not like jumping was against the rules of the race. We wanted to collect the data from it too. I'd say you've only got yourself to blame for getting cocky, wouldn't you? Ugh. What are we doing now? Huh? What are we doing now? It's like I know. I am Agate. This is a test of the orbital gear's precision. What I want you to do is to place the 4 colored drum cans on their corresponding tiles on the floor. Oh no, Jeff has become president. It'll be harder than it looks. Don't assume this is going to be a snap. If I lose this, I'm never going to hear the end of how I'm a clumsy excuse for a human, am I? All right, let's get started then. Begin. Piece of cake. Wow, we got some excellent data out of that. Well done, Tita. You did a wonderful job operating it. The adjustments Dad made all the difference, really. His tuning of the actuators was perfect. I don't doubt that. He's always been good at handling these things. The arms have acceleration controls now, too. Man, was there even any point in me being here if you're just going to ignore me? Well, that test was just about collecting data. It didn't really matter who won. Still, that's not true for the next one. Now the real fun begins. The last test we're going to be performing is a mock battle to test the orbital gear's overall capabilities. Take your positions, both of you. Okay. Got it. We've been through this once before, but it bears repeating. Only aim for the orbital gear. If I find so much as a hair out of place on Tita, you will be very painfully executed on the spot. I know. You don't need to keep stating the obvious. Are you ready? Yeah. Bring it on. Yay! Bum, 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 bum. Do that. Ow. All right. One more hit should do it. Bum, 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 bum. I guess we ruffled some feathers there apparently, because it blew up. That wraps that up. You cheated. You totally cheated. Cheated? How? You're full of shit. I am not. You use some kind of invisible special power. You must have. Like hell I did. All right. Well, I think it's only fair to call this a Gets victory. That was the last of the tests, right? Request fulfilled then. My work here is done. Silly me. I nearly forgot, Dan. Didn't you say you wanted a one-on-one fight against the red-headed ruffian yesterday? Did I? Oh, right. I did. Cassie has told me a little about him, so I'd like the opportunity at some point. What? I have a bad feeling about this. You're the best. Go get your weapon. It doesn't necessarily have to be now. No, you're doing it now. No time to waste. All right. I'll leave things here to you, Erica. Isn't she pushy? Don't think this is going to be easy either. He might have been forced to retire because of an injury, but he's still very strong. He's the one who taught Cassius the basics of fighting with a staff 10 years ago even. Seriously? Cassius then went on to perfect the art of using one to fight himself, admittedly. But that should give you an idea of just how strong my awesome husband is, surely. Now I really don't want to back down. Hey, wait a sec. The tests are over. My work is done. Why am I stuck doing another completely unrelated fight? Your work's not done until I say it is, bucko. Oh yeah. While we're waiting for Dan, I need to check Tita hasn't got any injuries. Because if she has, you know what's going to happen. Come on down, Tita. What's wrong, sweetie? I kinda can't. Some weird errors come up and I don't know what to do. Huh? What's going on? Oh no. No. Damn it, no. No matter what command I try to give it, it just won't respond. Shut it down, Tita. I can't. It won't do anything I tell it to. Hey, what's going on here? Explain this in a way I can understand. Tita, what's going on? Have you lost control of it? Agate, Run! Oh, this is lovely. God damn it. Why can't I have something that doesn't cause blind? Come closer. Thank you. Of course, you're gonna use the smoke missiles again. Don't use the smoke missiles, please. Okay, we're just gonna attack. This should do it.
Care for a rematch?
You doing okay? I've stopped it moving. Come on out. I can't. Seatbelt's stuck. Damn it. Thank goodness. Eep. Huh? Agate took one for the team. Tita. All right, Dan. Good job, he got his weapon. Phew. Just in the nick of time. Are you two okay? Tita and I are fine, but... Oh. Agate! 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 No. No. This is all my fault. All because of me. You... I'm so sorry. I'm always causing you nothing but trouble with my selfishness. If I just kept quiet, none of this would have happened. This is all my fault. All of it. If I hadn't said I wanted to get closer to Ren, I knew I couldn't really do anything for her. I knew this was just for my own satisfaction. This wasn't what I wanted to happen at all. I swear. This wasn't what I was trying to do by getting involved in this project. But... Give it a rest, will you? My head's pounding enough without you crying. Oh. Agate? It'll take more than that to finish me off. I figured you knew that. Ugh. Damn, though. That thing packs a punch. Lucky I was able to block the brunt of the impact with my sword. If I hadn't, I'd probably have a date with a goddess right about now. Hey, I said I'm fine, alright? This is nothing. Stop you're crying, alright? But... this is all because of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to do this anymore. I quit. So... don't you dare give up, Tita. What? You heard me. Don't you dare just throw in the towel over something this small. You want to get closer to Ren, right? You want to understand her better, right? Then try to do it. Don't just give up and at the first hurdle you come across. Even when you get hurt? I've had a worthless 10 years, Tita. I'm not gonna deny that, but there was one thing I could never bring myself to do, and that was to throw this away. Never. That's fine, because this is why I'm the bracer that I am now. Plenty of folks have things that become such a big part of them, they can't bear to throw them away and leave them behind. Things that, no matter how much they try to forget, they just can't. I've got something like that. And I'm pretty sure you've found something like that too, don't you? He's right. I really do. Agate, I changed my mind. I won't give up. I don't have to stand around crying. Not when I've got things I need to do. I'll think about what I can do, and I'm going to do it. Because just like you're a bracer, I'm now a researcher. Really, now. Agate? It's nothing. Well, what's with the faces? All starting to make sense now. See? I told you. He's rude, he's thick-headed, he's got all the tact of a wrench to the groin. But there's promise in him. That there is. The preparations for it aren't quite finished, but I think it's time we get to the second phase of our testing our red-headed friend right away. The hell are you talking about? It looks like I underestimated you, Agate. Tita seems to have come out of this unharmed, just as you promised. Oh, yeah. I'd like you to come to our house this evening. Huh? I thought coming over for dinner was why I was in Zeiss to begin with. You'll be more than welcome. What's going on with him all of a sudden? Agate, thank you very much again for earlier. You ended up having to protect me again. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. Still, sorry, but I think I'm gonna have to pass on Today we're having a hot pot full of mushrooms and wild plants and a soup with lots of seaweed. To be honest, the seaweed is the only thing I'm a bit skeptical on. Mom and Dad finally seem to understand you better too, so this should be really fun. Now we all get to enjoy a nice hot pot together. Oh. Right. I can hardly wait. Or Agate. Erica is going to destroy him. So that's what it was. I can't believe I didn't notice that when I was doing the final checks. This is all my fault. We don't know that for sure yet, Tita. Let's not jump to conclusions. No good comes from blaming yourself or feeling responsible before we know if you even had anything to do with it. Okay. Still. Ah! Where the hell did this hammer come from? What's wrong with this place? Huh? That sounded like Agate. Really? Probably just your imagination. Maybe. That reminds me, he should be here any minute now. I better go and warm up the food. Whoa! Why'd a bunch of lances pop out of the ground? Erica, I think lances may have been overdoing it a tad. At least stick with the concealed holes in the ground, won't you? Ah! What's hilarious about all this, as this is all going on, if you take a look down in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you can very, very vaguely pick out Agate's hair. How long are we looking at before he's able to make it here? Why did I ask? I was hoping to take this chance to have a man-to-man talk with him. That only the goddess knows. Seems like he's putting up a good fight. But make no mistake, Agate Krosner. Our testing process has only just begun. Side story, Orbital Gear Project Part 2 finished. Tita learned the S-Craft, or oh shit. Our little glass cannon's growing up. At least she didn't straight up say no. This is true. This is true. of that's over.
Right.
Together now.
All right, what kind of build do I want on Zin? I think our new S-Craft hits all. I think it's quite deadly. We'll have to find out one of these days. Right now, I'm gonna focus on the doors and the story in a way. Confused, death blow, prevents mute. Oh, they both prevent poison. Never mind, never mind. Seal. Ah, look at that. I got the announcements to work. Nice. Excellent.
I've just about had enough of you.
Wow. Wow. The announcements are very shiny. You know, I was trying to get it to work with the bot, and it wouldn't work. Time will only tell if it presents spoilers. Okay. Orbment. Mr. Zin. Mr. Zin. Oh, where's Agate? Take that off you. Take that off you. Oh, earth quartz only, okay. God damn it! We'll petrify. So there's seal. That means I can't have strike on them. Fuck. Yeah, that's fine. Action 2, evade EP, luck. There is art of what some of the traps he was just going through look like, which I will send in the Sky the Third chats in the Discord. No worries, Dan. I will check that out later. Let's get our CP back to a moderate level. I'm still trying to figure out how Shara ended up bringing alcoholic beverages to this place. What am I doing? Let's save first. We're gonna save. We're gonna save in a third slot. Now we are going to, what is it? Is it the sun door? Yes, sun. Mr. Sun, Mr. Golden Sun. Alcohol transcends logic. That's fair. That's fair. Bring to me the fists of steel, which nothing in this world can move. Only then shall the door open. Did we get everybody in here? We do. I shall grant to you a memory fragment and my blessing. Mysterious gentle friend. Ah, good day to you all. This place you're about to enter is an arena where history's strongest warriors gather and eagerly await new challengers. And today, you will have the opportunity to be those challengers. Do what you can to emerge victorious. I feel I must warn you, however, that this is a martial arts tournament like no other. Only the best may compete. The rules are simple. First, the 4 of you will form one team and step into the arena. There, your team will face off against 3 others, one after another, with no breaks in between. As for the rest, I'm sure you'll be able to pick up as you go along. So, what do you say? Would you be interested in joining us? Splendid! Well then, if you don't mind following me. Oh, look at that artwork. Look at that artwork. All of Liberal's finest have gathered for battle. The arena. Normal. What's up, Neil? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. That's a lot of them. Oh, they look like the guys from the beginning of the game. It is now the moment you've all been waiting for. Tonight, 4 new warriors will be stepping up to the plate and challenging the normal arena. So let's get right to introducing our fierce fighters, shall we? She kind of looks like Ren. Just a little taller. In the blue corner, we are led by Father Kevin Graham of the Septian Church's Growlsruler. Standing against them in the red corner, we have the mysterious team Men in Black. Let the first round begin. Step on up and ready your weapons. Ready? Fight. I had to stop in and see how this game... Excuse me. See how the game is going? Gone again now. Brother was over and now movie with the missus. Not even... No worries, Neil. Thanks for the lurk. Enjoy. Enjoy. Alright. Oh, I forgot to change my battle position. F. Men in Black don't look like any pens. Don't look at any pens they try to show you. It's not the pens that I have to worry about right now. It's the ones that it's the tiny guns that they have. So we have 2 blades and we have a gun. Okay. Those 2 I can get. Okay. Wrath of Genbu. The ultimate tackle using earth power to obliterate foes. Interesting. Interesting. Really weak to? Oh, I don't want to move. So they all got like 100. Okay. Gunners is what I gotta watch out for. They have the noisy crickets? I hope not. I hope they don't. I hope you read the no break part. Yeah, I did. I did. Well, that sucks. Oh yeah, we got poison. I think I just, yeah, oh no, I never screwed myself from that. Perfect, perfect. He's going Kaioken. Okay, this should take care of that one. So we got half of them gone. Okay. Half are gone. Oh, this is lovely. A petrified one. Let's go. I poke it and then like do a lot of damage. Yeah, buddy. What luck is this? petrify them all.
Right, what's next?
Oh, nice. You got a level up out of it. Oh, they don't give you a Stepeth? Really? Damn. The match has been decided. The winner is Father Graham's team. That reminds me, I still have to add a lot of the... I still have to add Sky the Third's test messages up to this point. Let's keep up the momentum. First, allow me to introduce who you will be fighting in the second round. In the blue corner, we are led by Kevin Graham of the Septian Church's Gralsritter. Standing against them in the red corner, we have the adorable but deadly Team Creepy Sheep. Step on up and ready your weapons. Ready? Fight! All right, you lead the charge here, sir. You lead the charge. Are they weak against anything? Fire. Eh. Let's go. Was a bad idea. Team Creepy Sheep. Okay, my night is now complete. Oh, we petrified one. It's nice. Oh, it would have been great if we could freeze one. That would have been lovely, actually. Supreme Flicker.
Here comes a new challenger!
Victorio Secret, thank you for that raid. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you, Miranda. How was Chrono Trigger? Oh, nice. We petrified two of them. How was your stream? How was Chrono Trigger? Thank you for that raid. I very much appreciate that. Guys, if you were not following Victorio, please go check him out. I think he just got done with this game and now he's in the Chrono Trigger. And we all know how a lot of us met. So now you have stoned creepy sheep. Yes, Ceylon. Yes. There's been a big resurgence of the Chrono games. There has. Doing well, my guy. I forget how fast Chrono Trigger goes. Nice, nice. How far did you get? I seen you earlier, Ian. See if we can freeze one of these. Nice, nice. Okay, we never froze, but we got rid of the two petrified ones. This is gonna be hard. About to hit the bridge and get Frog soon. I love Frog. I think Frog stayed in my party most of the game when I played it. Fun fact though, Chrono Trigger was actually the first story-based RPG that I played on stream when I started. I wanted to attack the black one, not... Now we petrified another one, that's nice. Yes, come after Joshua. How did you find third? It was my goat for years until I got Persona 4, but I love how it still holds up even today. That Chrono Trigger is one of those games that have held up very well over the years, I find. I don't think there should be, and I think a lot of people are like this, I don't think there should be a remaster or a remake of it, but I would like to see a remaster of it. I think the closest thing to a remaster we got is the version you're playing, which is the Steam version. I think if they'd done a remake of it, it would lose credibility. I don't think a lot of people would like a remake of it. Third was great. That was my second playthrough, and it hit me differently after finishing the whole Trail series. Granted, I watched Crossbell Arc, didn't play it. Gotcha. I understand, yeah. I definitely agree with Chrono Trigger doesn't need a remake or anything. It doesn't make sense to remake the Sistine Chapel. No. No. I will play Chrono Trigger however they do it, but I respect that. Yeah. I just don't see a remake. But a remaster would be fun. Oh shit, we done it. We done it. This whole petrifying thing is going really well for me. Oh, this is great.
Not done yet.
So I'm in, to give you perspective, I'm in chapter 4. So we done, the last person we rescued was Agate. Now I'm going back and I'm doing all the doors that I missed up to get caught up on doors, and then we're going to continue story. I hear Chrono Cross was not done too well, but I'm playing Chrono Trigger to set myself up to play it again. Hopefully it's not that bad. I heard there was problems with the Steam version or the PC version of Chrono Cross Radical Dreamer, but the console seemed to be running well. I don't know if they put a fix out for the Steam for the PC version yet. The match is decided. The winner is Father Graham's team. The thing for me is I'm not even sure what they would remaster. The SNES sprites have aged amazingly and gameplay still holds up great too. And for a 90s JRPG, it has some nice quality of life features that many other JRPGs that they don't have. No. The best version of Chrono Trigger, though, Falling Snow, is actually the 3DS version. Out of all the versions they've done, the 3DS version. Oh shit, what are we fighting here? Oh my god, is that Gilbert? Oh lord. But yeah, the 3DS version is actually the better version, but the Steam version is more higher quality graphics by the looks of it. The menuing is what I don't like on the Steam version. But I'm glad to see like a lot of older games now coming to modern console. And I'm interested to see what PlayStation is going to bring when they merge PlayStation Now and PlayStation Plus together in June or July. Oh yeah, DS version. I was talking about 3DS games today with somebody, and that's why 3DS is on my mind, Victoria. So my apologies. I mistook that. The moment is upon us at last. It is time for the final round to begin. Will our challengers emerge victorious one last time? You won't have to wait long to find out. Well, allow me to introduce our final teams. In the blue corner, we are led by Father Kevin Graham of the Septian Church's Gralsritter. Standing against them in the red corner, we have the Ouroboros affiliated Team Gilbert. Step on up and ready your weapons. Ready? Fight! All right, we got a spin doll. We have the Gia Potch and a spin doll. So we can't petrify these. How lovely. How lovely. Just want people to go racking their heads on how they can't find a 3DS version. Yeah, no worries. I've made some miscues over the years for sure. Clock up.
Charge complete.
I have time. I got time. How am I going to do this? Kevin gets that. I'm not going to get the critical, but I'm going to need this.
My hand, the chalice of heaven. May its holiest of lights act as our shield. Ray of fear!
Did he just say uwu? It sounded like he said uwu. All right. Do they resist? Oh shit. Yeah, buddy. Bum, 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 bum. I don't want Petrify Cloud. I want Aerial. Oh, of course you moved, bugger. This Gilbert's reactions is absolutely hilarious. What you doing on my Sepith? I thought it was shooting with confetti. No, it's getting rid of all my Mira or all my Sepith. Like, why? Why? Oh, that's never gonna cease to amaze me. Poke. Much poking. Okay, he resists that, so that's good. Much poking sounds disproportionate. There. I should be taking care of one at a time, but down goes Gilbert. Much poking. Ah, we'll try it. He's blind. He might hit. Never mind. Never mind. He didn't hit. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that was the wrong one. I should have attacked that one. Oopsie. Okay, Zing got it. Zing got it. We got Zing. Crab, crab, crab. This is crab, crab, crab. Is all I can hear him say. All I can think about is that blurb that Cardboard always says. So when I read that,
Savor the victory. We earned it.
Fool's Emblem. The match is decided. The winner is Father Graham's team. They've done it. Father Graham's team has conquered the normal arena. Congratulations on your victory. That was quite a show of skill. Your matches were a joy to watch. These are but a small token of my appreciation for making this such a fine tournament. Received physical. Received 5,000 Mira. You've now earned the right to challenge the hard arena. You will still need to find an invitation in order to do so, however. Should you find one, please do come back here. Okay. Okay. Fair. Side story, the arena finished. It is now possible to take on the hard arena. Entering the door with the required item will allow you to challenge it. The path has already been opened. Open the door and step inside. Proof of the right of challenge the ordeals inside. The question is, do I have it? Entrance exam. No, I don't have it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go back to Hermit's Garden. I'm gonna take a quick washroom break and grab a beverage. So if you guys got to get up and stretch, get something to eat, however, please do so. I will be right back. So I was having the thought. I haven't went and got a haircut in a while. I might buzz it all off. Might. Okay. How many hairdressers are there in town? One. A lot. Gonna be a self job. Well, I can go to the one that always does my hair if I wanted to, and well, I gotta have 4, really.
Let's go.
I can do the one. I can go to the one that always does my hair, but that'll just be a hey, chop it all off. Receive less physical damage, but more magical damage. Oh boy. Hairdressers? I hardly knows her. You knows. You knows. If you knows, you knows.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lord. Excellent. I don't know if we put strike on, will that do anything? $6,000. Can't even do EP cut. Oh, yeah, she can even do EP cut. Oh, EP cut 2. She got EP cut 2 on. Okay. Mind. Yeah, no. Okay. I wonder if we can get a CP thing. I actually haven't been to a barber since 2004. Really? Okay, no, we can't. Okay. This one might be tough. We'll find out. Is it a sun door? Girl who loves the fish. No, it's not a sun door. It's a star door. Okay. I think it's this one. I think this one is Annalise, maybe. Oh, I didn't equip her. Like that she's eating ice cream. Various stats up, various stats down. Yeah. Eh. All right, let's see what this is like. Bring to me the girl who entrusts her feelings to her blade. Only then shall the door open. I shall grant to you a memory fragment and my blessing. Interesting. Wow, that's a surprise. Annalise. Oh, Lugren. Is something the matter? It's not like you to walk right up to the second floor without even looking at the board and sit quietly like this. You're not feeling sick from eating too much ice cream or something, are you? Don't be silly. I'm not a kid anymore, you know. Could have fooled me. I swear that you were the one who ate 3 full scoops first thing one morning and later had to go get some stomach medicine from Spence. Maybe my memory's playing tricks on me. Let's all pretend that never happened, okay? You can go for some ice cream? Ice cream's good. I'm not allowed to have any, though. Oops, I never read that one. I learned my lesson after that, I swear. Now that I never have more than 1 scoop each morning. What, each morning? You're not supposed to have ice cream in the morning at all, you know. Yeah, well, I've never been tested, Lord Navasa. Also, welcome in. How are you? But if I drink like creamer or like pure 2% milk or ice cream, I'm done. Well, no matter. So, what are you doing up here all this time anyway? Oh, right. Well, you see, I got a letter from my pappy who lives a long way away this morning. Really now? He's a swordsman if I recall, isn't he? Yep, he's an instructor. He's real famous among sword practitioners, actually. Young Kai Fai of the 8 Leaves One Blade School. Ah, yeah, that's the one. I was familiar with the name even before meeting you, but I was quite surprised to find out you were his granddaughter. Didn't he used to live in Liberal? Then I recommend Halo Top ice cream, no dairy and keto friendly. Ooh, I will have to check that out when I go grocery shopping again. Thank you. I will indulge. I'm surprised you know about that. I can't say I have any memories of when he was here though. It was around when I was born, so how could I? That long ago. See. So, how's he doing? Well? Judging by his letter, yeah, he's doing fine. I haven't had the chance to meet him in person for about a year now. Last time we had the chance to spar, I felt like he was totally babying me, even though he's like 70. He really must be skilled to be treating an active bracer that way. Huh? What's with the serious face? Oh, it's nothing all that major, but I've been wondering something for a while. Why do you stay here when you could join me? Sorry, I'm lost. Well, it's just that you're aiming to improve your swordsmanship, aren't you? Feels like if you have a grandfather like that, the fastest way to do that would be to go with him and polish your skills at his side. Well, I suppose it's not my place to be telling you what may or may not be best for you. Sorry, Annalise, you needn't pay attention to an old man like me. No, that's not true at all. I really appreciate your advice, so please don't think it's not your fault, your place to give it. I can definitely see where you're coming from on this. I do have my reasons for being here and all. They're just a little difficult to explain. Oh? I do want to learn more about swordsmanship and swords in general. So in that sense, you're right that continuing to train under Pappy would be both the best and fastest course of action. But that's not all I want to do in my life. I want at least as much, if not more, to know about what it means to be a bracer. I guess it's a case of wanting to learn more about swordsmanship as a bracer rather than a swordsman, if that makes sense. Am I even doing a good job of explaining this? No, I think I see where you're coming from now, actually. Besides, Pappy once told me that he taught me all of the technical side of swordsmanship, forms, crafts, and that kind of stuff already. Whether I can master them or not is all down to me now. So in that sense, I feel like there's no specific need for me to train under him nowadays. Of course, whether I'm really advancing in my swordsmanship now is another issue entirely. I wish I could say for sure I was, but I see. What's with the silent treatment all of a sudden? Oh, it's nothing. You're just not really one of these kinds of serious discussions, so I was impressed to see you were even capable of them. Hey, I am so capable. Besides, you were the one who kind of pushed me into talking about all this stuff first. I'm glad I did too. Anyway, getting back to the point. What did the letter even say, anyway? Oh, right. Well, as surprising as it is, it says that I should go and see Cassius Bright. Cassius? The one and only? Yep, that's right. Supposedly, Pappy was invited by the Royal Army to be a guest instructor at some point a long time ago. That's when he trained Cassius too. So ever since, they've had this kind of student-master relationship with one another. Cassius even went out of his way to go and see him 10 years ago when he decided to stop using a sword too. 10 years ago? I would put that around when he left the army and became a bracer then. What exactly prompted him to tell you to go visit Cassius now, though? Well, I guess he only just recently found out that Cassius has returned to the army. So now he's wondering whether he might take this opportunity to take up the sword again. I gotcha. He wants you to go and ask for him. And let him know what he says, yeah. I see. People really do end up connected in the strangest places and the funniest ways. Tell me about it. Anyway, that being said, I kind of have a favor to ask. You want time off, I assume? Well, who am I to say no? You've got good cause to have it. And I can even get in touch with the army and set up a meeting with Cassius if you want. Really? Really. Go along and get that truth your grandfather wants for him. But in return, I want you to take care of every single one of the monster extermination requests on the board first. Every single one? Aren't there like 5 of them right now? Sure, but the monsters in this area will be no trouble at all for you as you are now. They'd be less of a problem if Grant were around, but I had to lend him to the guild over in Rouen, and he's still not back. You're gonna have to pick up the slack here in his place, especially if you want time off. Okay. Poor Annalise. 3 days later. Hugh, I'm finally here. Right on time, too. Okay, let's go bug Cassius. Can I help you? Well, I'm Annalise Elfheed, a bracer with the guild. I've come to meet with Brigadier General Bright. That did work, yes. That was a good one. Ah, I see. I believe we've been expecting you. I'll pass on that you've arrived then. You might have to wait a little while before you can go meet with the general, though, I'm afraid. Huh? But I'm right on time. Did something throw his schedule off? Something must have. I can't pretend to know much more than you do. But the general is a very busy man, so it's not at all unusual for things like this to happen. Anyway, like I said, I'll pass on that you've arrived, but I'm going to have to ask you to wait out here for a while. Sure, no problem. This is taking ages. I hope the meeting isn't going to end up getting canceled or something. I really don't want to have to come all this way for nothing. I suppose if I can't meet with Cassius, I could at least go shopping in Grantsel. They should probably be getting a new lineup of stuffed toys around now. I wonder which one I should get. Maybe the bear? Or a crocodile once in a while would be nice. Excuse me, young lady. The general can meet with you now. Really? Good day, sir. Thank you. And you must be Annalise, I assume. Yes, I am. Welcome to Leaston Fortress. The general is waiting. Please follow me. Oh, thank goodness. I seriously thought I was going to have to go home without getting to see him. I'm terribly sorry for the wait. Well, please follow me. You got it, sir. That is one extreme door. It is. Can you imagine having that on your house? I've brought your visitor, sir. Very good. You may return to your duties. Thank you, sir. I'm really sorry about the delay there, Annalise. Oh, don't be. I'm more thankful you took the time out of your busy schedule to speak with me at all. That is the least I can do for someone from my old line of work. It's been a while since we last met, though, hasn't it? You've become a seasoned veteran before I knew it. I'd certainly like to think I have. I can't have Estelle soar ahead of me while she's abroad, can I? This is just what rivals do. So they do. I'll be looking forward to seeing just how much stronger the two of you you can become. You won't be disappointed. Getting to the point, I was pleased to hear that old Master Cafe is still in good health. I believe it was because of him that you came here today. Yes, that's right. I didn't realize you were an acquaintance of his before this. I certainly am. In short, he's the man who taught me the way of the sword. That was over 20 years ago by this point. The first time we met was when I was back at the military academy, so I studied under him. I still remember the harsh training sessions he gave here at Leaston like they were yesterday. Really? Is there any special reason you didn't say you knew him before? You knew I was his granddaughter, didn't you? I did. By the time I first met you, I had long given up the path of the sword. It didn't feel appropriate in my eyes to act as if I was his student in light of that. Oh, gotcha. I haven't seen him in about 10 years, I think. He does write to me on occasion, but how is he these days? Does he still have that same old vim and vigor? Yep, he really doesn't act his age at all. Still, if you let me get right to the point, the reason I came here is to continue the discussion he had with you 10 years ago. Do you really think that's going to work on me? What's up, Cardboard? Old Master Coffee. I prefer my coffee fresh, thanks. Although some aged coffee is good. The reason I came here is to continue the discussion he had with you 10 years ago. Oh? What's up, Station? To tell you the truth, Happy still laments the fact that you left the path of the sword. That's why he wrote to me when he heard you'd return to the army. He wondered whether you returning to the military may mean you were also ready to pick up the sword again. So this is it. He'd like to know, directly from you, how you feel. I see. Well, it's a great honor that after so many years he still cares so much about an inexperienced and utterly lacking swordsman like me. And yet I'm afraid my answer is that I still have no intention of taking up a blade again. Can I ask you why? You certainly can, but I'm not sure how to put my answer. This has always been on my mind too. I've always wondered what would prompt someone so skilled with a sword that they even gained the title Divine Blade to leave it all behind. And I don't mean to make light of your skill with your staff or say it's inferior. Nothing like that. It's just hard to wrap my head around why you did what you did. And there's a little part of me that can't accept it either. Especially now that you've returned to the army. Why can't you return to being a swordsman? Unless you believe that the staff is stronger than the sword after all? No, not at all. I just believe a staff to be a more fitting weapon for me as I am now. Staves are a symbol of protection, which are used more for keeping enemies at bay than cleaving through them. You say that as if all swords are good for is cutting and killing. That's not true. I fight because I want to protect things just like you do. As a swordsman, as a bracer, and as myself. Are you telling me the swordsmanship Pappy taught me isn't going to let me do that? I'm sorry. I didn't ask for you to take time out of your day so I could come and shout at you. But I can't accept what you're saying. Up until all of what happened here in Liberal, I'd never felt any doubts that swordsmanship was the right path for me. In the end, all of what happened just served to remind me of how powerless I really am. And now I feel like no matter how hard I try, I'll always be a rookie. I'll never be strong enough to do what I want to. Now I see. Perhaps this is fate. I see Master Cafe hasn't changed one bit. He's the same firecracker he always was. What do you mean? I'm afraid as I am now, I'm not able to answer the questions you're asking me.
Don't you put it in your mouth, don't you put it in your mouth, don't you stuff it in your face, don't stuff it in your face, though it might look good to eat, though it might look good to eat, and it
Thanks, Dark. Oh God, you guys are prompting another scam train. Love you all. Dark, thank you for the 14 months at tier 1, sir. How are you? Welcome home. I hope your movie was fantastic. You guys know what to do. Even though he done the song, give him some emotes in chat, please. I appreciate you, Dark. Thanks, buddy. It was just glad to impart wisdom. Fair. It's fair. But I know someone else who can. If you don't know what it is, don't put it in your mouth. Well, this is a beverage, and I'm going to put it in my mouth. What's he planning to do out here? I really want to know who he called to. My favorite condiment is ketchup because I always have some in the house no matter what. Even when I don't think I don't, I find it next to the sugar in the cupboard. That is hilarious because that is a conversation that happened earlier. Ah, there you are. Are you all ready to begin? Indeed, I am. I never expected to have to wear this uniform again, though, especially not so soon. I'd almost think you enjoyed messing with people. I'm not doing it to bully you. You know as well as I do, your usual work clothes aren't well suited for this kind of thing. Oh shit, it's Richard! You're Colonel Richard! What's up, Rackamus? It's been a while, buddy. How are you? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. I realize this may sound a little silly coming from a man wearing this uniform, but I'm no longer a colonel, young lady. Sorry. So, Mr. Richard, then? Or Alan? You can call me whatever you wish, though no need for the mister. Meanwhile, I believe you are Annalise, a senior bracer with the guild. You know me? I'm not the former commander of the intelligence division for nothing. I know about all of the bracers in this country. I see. But how did you end up being here? Actually, Richard was who I was meeting just before I spoke with you. Really? In short, I've decided to start up a new research company as a civilian. So while I may not be part of the army anymore, I can definitely see myself continuing to need to work with it in the future. So I decided to come here in order to discuss the matter with Cassius in the hopes of maintaining a good relationship between us in the future. Oh, I get it now. Oh, wait. Is the person you mentioned earlier... That's right. I want the two of you to fight one another. Oh shit. Wait a second. This is a bit sudden, isn't it? Especially if I'm going to be fighting the famous Colonel Richard. Is that so? You don't want to know the answer to the questions you asked me earlier then? I believe any doubts you have towards swordsmanship can only be dispelled through using it. Focus not on whether you win or lose, but on pouring all you have into the battle. And you should find the answers you seek. All right then. I'm not sure I'll make much of an opponent, but I'll do what I can. It's not every day one has the chance to test their skills against a relative of the Eight Leaves School's founder. I'm eager to see what you can do. What's up, Icarus? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. Begin. Right. Okay, we got a banger. What does she have? Oh my lord, this is going to... Oh lord. Oh, clever. Help.
Die with honor.
This is going to be lovely. I have 2. Oh, Lord. Thousand.
Here I go! You're done!
Be gone.
Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da. It's a big 500 damage. What's up, Neo? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. I don't think I'm gonna win this one. Do the math. Ugh, that's 9 divided by 5. Oh Lord. Ugh. Ugh. Do I do that, or defense goes down 30% though? Ah. Hell with it. I'm doing math calculations on HP and damage output. Oh, that act. Oh, wait now. 3,000. That's 20. That'd be 40. Da, 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 da.
I'm just warming up. Ah!
One more. Shit. Damn it. She's not gonna survive this.
Die with honor.
Ah, damn it. I had to take a chance. Ow, wow, 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 wow. I should have known I had no chance. I'm amazed just how well you did fight, though. All right, the victor is decided. Sheath your blades. I should have started doing the strength up, defense down earlier. So, Annalise, how did his swordsmanship appear to you? Well, he fights using the 8-leaf school's 5th form, Morning Moon. He's made a few changes to the standard form, but it's largely a style based around sword drawing techniques. Well, okay. I noticed a bit more than just technical details like that. What did you notice? One thing I realized while fighting him, Richard swings his sword as if perfectly synchronized to my breathing. The second I go in on the offensive, he reacts without fail. In that sense, it feels like his swordsmanship is much more defensive than offensive, I suppose. That defensive stance matches perfectly with the form he uses in combat, and the result is very natural, very powerful swordsmanship. Oh-ho! What I can't work out is why you're so focused on fighting defensively to begin with. I mean, I assume it's because you want to protect something, but what? Annalise. Yes? I wield a sword for but one single reason. That reason is to protect this country. Oh. Everyone has at least something that they wish to protect in this world. Perhaps that is a person such as their family or loved ones. Perhaps it is a belief or ideology that they hold dear. And just as things we seek to protect are different, so, too, are the ways we choose to do it. In my case, the way I choose to protect what I care about just happens to perfectly suit the defensive swordsmanship you noticed. Although, I can only imagine how comical it must sound to hear a criminal who threatened this nation talk about wanting to protect it. Well, not really. Richard, you... Please don't say anything, General. Her Majesty may have chosen to pardon me for what I did, but that doesn't make those crimes simply disappear. Still, just as your desire to protect Liberal remained even after leaving the army, I can't completely turn my back on mine. It was so that I could do so that I resolved to leave the army even. It was? You see, Annalise, to me, one's position in life is just a means to an end, a way in which to achieve whatever you wish to do. I think that's true for one's choice of weapon as well. Wouldn't you agree? Well, what's important isn't what weapon you choose, but what you use it to do. What inspires you to take it up and use it to fight? The reason I chose to put my sword aside and take up a staff is those feelings had changed. That is all. So, Annalise, any more thoughts? Neo! Congrats, sir, on winning that jackpot. Nice. I should just use my sword in the way that best fits me to do what I want. That's what you're trying to say, right? Sure is. You beat me to it. Your master, Kai Fei's granddaughter, all right. Very quick to catch on to things. I'm just as quick at forgetting things too, though. But I finally get where you're coming from. Really? I'm happy to hear that. But I ask you to pass my answer on to Master Kai Fei for then. Consider it done. I'm sure he'll understand. I feel I've learned a lot today from having the opportunity to face off against you. I do hope I'll have the chance again one day. So do I. You'll both have to make sure you don't neglect your training then. Of course. I wouldn't dream of giving it any less than 100%. And I'm out. Really? It sounds like that was quite a fruitful experience. It sure was. I'm guessing this was Pappy's plan all along. He knew exactly what would happen if I went to ask Cassius what I did, and that's why he asked. I must have sounded a little unsure of myself in the last letter I wrote him. I see. Like master, like pupil. Incidentally, while I hate to spring this on you before you've even had a chance to settle back in, a lot of work built up while you were away. There's even a request from the mayor too, so I really need you to get right on it all. If anything, you should be grateful. All this work will give you a chance to refine your skills with that new mindset of yours, won't it? That's one way of looking at it, sure. Good old Annalise. So, Pappy, while I bet you knew all along, it looks like Cassius had no intentions of taking up the way of the sword ever again. But thanks to seeing him, I ended up being given a chance to re-examine my own swordsmanship. Up until now, I thought it was all about getting stronger or faster, things like that. But now I finally realized that what's far more important is than either of those things is why you take up the sword in the first place. Your feelings. I feel like now I finally understand why I was never able to defeat you, no matter how many times we fought. I might not be the best student in the world, but I'll keep giving my training all it's got. Love, Annalise. Side story. Swordsmanship. Finished. I kind of wish I could have got the Got the thingy. I could have got the wind. That would have been amazing. Oh well. Back to the garden. Back to the garden. Can we get a shadow for Neo, please? If we haven't already. The whatchamacallit. Yes. Who we doing next? Who we doing next? We gotta do Shara?
Ready?
Ready? I think it's Shara. One door, two, that's Estelle. The Grand Arena. Oh, shit. More. I didn't get the bonus. Grimsel Fortress. Oh, that's the food one. I kind of figured you could redo the doors, so I'll probably go back a little later. St. Croix, bring me the girl who shines like the sun, and may the boy who cherishes that light be at her side. That one we don't have yet. Bring me the darling of pure white radiance and proof of her scholarship. Okay, that is okay. So we got the dancer one, and we have Chloe and we have Shara, and that's who we have in our party. GG. Bandit is asleep in her cup. Cup? What we talking about, Miranda? What we talking about? She got a cup? What is this Fandangery? Where am I going? Moon doors? Moon door number 2. I think there is a I think there is a slight cooldown on that, damn. I need to equip her. I need to equip her. Oh, that's not bad. HP 2. Look, I give her cast. I'll put that on her, and I'll put Fence Mute. I'll put that on her. We will do that. Bring to me the dancer with the silver locks. Only then shall the door open. Let's go. For those who weren't here for Tita and Agate's door, Erica is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I shall grant you a memory fragment and my blessing. Also, thank you for the host, by the way. I see that. I need to make a sound so that I know when hosts are happening. Year 1202 of the Septim calendar. Roland. Charizard. Charizard. Hmm. Where am I? You feeling all right? Sure you haven't had too much to drink? Boy, that dream really brought back memories. Hard to believe I was once that young. I see you've gotten yourself nice and plastered. You might want to watch what you're saying though. You're still young. But no one will believe it if you start talking like that. She's right, Shara. Wow. I thought you'd be out for a while longer, Olivier. Let me pour you another glass then. Please. Mercy. You can be such a monster. Faulkner, bring Olivier another bottle over. I should get this made as an emote. What do you think? Looks like Faulkner's gone and left early again. Fine. I guess I'll have to go get the bottle myself. Well, if I'm getting out of my seat, I'm getting the strongest thing in the house. I spy some brandy. Charizard, he's literally only just gotten up. At least start him off on some fruit wine before you start bringing out the big guns. He can have both. Problem solved. Spare me. I'll die. By the way, Aina. You remember when we first met? How much did you down again? Thanks, Station. Like, how much did she bring over? I looked cold. I got a binky. Down? Down what? Booze. We're talking booze, baby. Charizard began pouring alcohol onto Olivier's head. That should go in his mouth, Charizard. You schwa? Oh, silly me. Poor Olivier. 5 years ago. This is how they traumatized him. I think Aina has like a stomach of steel. She can handle her alcohol. The two of them, while Olivier was down for the count, Charizard was flushed. And Aina's perfectly fine. I don't see a problem with that. I'd like to know where her stomach is to, or I'd like to know the liver that she got, actually. Making deliveries in a city this big sure isn't easy. Okay, where's next? Arab Royal Villa? No way. I have to go all the way there? This is why I hate cities. Hey, Bracer, got on a job again? Thanks again for the help. You're a lot stronger than you look, young lady. You wouldn't have any interest in working for us, would you? You'd be more than welcome. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Really gotta go, too. See ya. Excuse me. Is that a young Aina? Grancel City, 1197. 5 years had passed since the 100 Days War came to an end. The scars it left were slowly healing, and life was returning to Liberal. People gathered in the cities and towns that had returned to their former state, and the revived Orbit trade brought the kingdom prosperity. Peace was becoming normal once again. Not all that was happening in Liberal at the time was so positive. However, this was also a period in which the corruption was rife in the military. Many of the army's officers at the time cared for nothing but lining their own pockets and gaining power and prestige. Okay, I've been awake for far too long. Thanks to the OT I worked this morning. Have a good night, all. All right, Steelen, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Get some good sleep. We will see you next time. Between the development of orbital technology and booming prosperity, much was forgotten. Is there no one here? If you have a request, please write it on one of the forms to the right and place it in this box. Bracer Guild, Grancel Branch. She looks confused. She's like, I don't think I should go up over the stairs. Looks like it. I wonder if they'd mind if I use their phone. I'm pooped. I feel more like a slave than a bracer with all this mental work getting dumped on me. Oh, hello. Are you here to lodge a request? Yes, that's right. Might I ask your name? I'm Sherazard Harvey, a bracer. I'm still a junior one, but I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry about that. Oh my, really? You look so young that I had no idea you were an actual bracer. My name is Aina. It's a pleasure to meet you. So what's the request you want to make? I don't have all day to stand around chatting. There are only 2 bracers at this branch right now, so we're very busy. If you could make it quick, I'd appreciate it. Oh, really? I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea you were... Did you not hear me? Or do you need me to explain to you what the word quick means? Oh, my apologies. Well, you see, it's my first time visiting the city. I thought it might be wise to come here and request that someone give me a tour of the main sites and such. The size of the place is rather daunting, and I'm sure you can imagine. But with a bracer who knows their way around at my side, I'd be able to enjoy all that Grancel has to offer without fearing getting lost. You've got to be kidding. Please tell me you didn't actually come here for such a worthless request. Pardon? You seem to be misconstruing what a bracer are actually for. We're not community volunteers or whatever. We have a serious profession and do serious work. And we're also very busy, as I said earlier. So I'm going to have to ask you to look elsewhere if you want a buddy for your sightseeing trip. I wasn't trying to... Or hell, just go and look around on your own. Getting lost is probably part of the experience anyway. This one lived in a box all of her life? Typical rich girl. Besides, I need to focus on doing major jobs so I can get my letter of recommendation from this branch and get promoted to senior bracer. If you find something serious you need help with, by all means come back. Until then, get going. It looks like this isn't going to work. I really am sorry for the trouble, but... Oh? Who do we have here? Have you come to make a request, perchance? Pardon us for not properly manning the front desk. That's currently my job. but I'm undertaking other work at the same time. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I'd pay her no mind if I were you. She's a waste of time. She seems to have gotten it into her head that bracers are friends for hire. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll get out of your hair now. Please don't leave just yet. Scheherazade? Huh? Ooh, what is it? Do what she wants. Helping people in need is the fundamental mission of us bracers. We've got no reason not to help. What? We're busy here. I don't have time to be playing tour guide. I've got more important things to do. Don't worry about the other requests on the board. I'll take care of those. But you're even busier than I am. You're even our receptionist on top of it. You needn't worry about me. Besides, you're still a trainee, which means you still have much to learn. So go. Once you finish this request, I'll write you your letter of recommendation. What? Really? Are you sure? It seems like a way too simple of a job to be awarding something like that for. I thought it was your policy to give 100% to all work you undertake. Well, it is, but then I'm counting on you with this job too. Thank you very much. Think nothing of it. Take care, you two. Got it. I appreciate your assistance. And they became good friends afterwards. This should hopefully do her good. Yay for being tour guide. What is up with today? From delivery girl to playing tour guide for some snooty silver spoon? It just gets worse. I do apologize. I really am putting you out with this request, aren't I? Let's just get started. That aloof manner of talking she has just makes me want to smash something. So, where do you want to go? Let's see. I suppose I should go and buy a few things in the adult department store just in case. In case? In case of what? It's in the east block of the city, don't forget. Why would I? I feel my blood pressure rising already. Let's go. Playing tour guide to the young Aina. I never knew Shara was like a real what's the word I'm looking for? I like how the very first thing she wants to do is blow all of her money. So, what are you planning to buy? Well, we could probably do with restocking on recovery items for one thing. What? She's buying stuff for share, isn't she? Please, adios. I just want this job to end. Hasn't Kurt read this book? Did he bring it here? A lot of these look really complicated too. It's those men in black. Miss Scheherazade. What? You know, there's actually a really famous ice cream stall near here. Have you ever been there? Why would I? Would I have? I don't like sweet things. Well, I do, and I feel like having some ice cream right now. Let's go get some. Oh, wait a second. They're after Aina. Oh, the plot thickens. Aina bought 2 ice cream cones from the stall. Your brain decided to selectively switch off when I said I don't like sweet things. You'll like this. Promise. It's really nice. That's not how it works. It's almost noon. Means I've only got 24 hours left. Running out of time. "24 hours? It might be a bit risky, but hey! What? What are you spacing out and ignoring me for? I was trying to ask you something. Sorry. What was it? You look angry. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? It's really obvious. So come on, out with it. Or are you involved in something you can't even talk to me about? Well, it's just that I realized I left something back at the hotel. Ugh. As if anyone would buy that. Not going to talk, huh? Well, fine. Be that way. Can we make our way back there so I can go and get it? Fine, whatever. I'll come with you. At least until I get an idea of what you're really up to. Thank you. Well, shall we begin? Let's go through the south block. Fine. This is interesting. I'm wondering about this now. I like. Okay, no, I can't. Okay. Let's go. Hotel. Hotel Ruin Bomb. Well, wait a second. Isn't this the hotel? The building you've just walked right past? Well, yes, but... Grancel Castle looks really heavily guarded. Should have known. There's got to be some way to get past. That way leads to Grancel Castle. Do you want to go and have a look around it? Yes, I suppose I do. But, looks like I've almost cracked her. Time to talk, young lady. I want to know exactly what I've been dragged all over the city for. Ah, this job's such a pain. I'm gonna go and catch a breather outside. Oh shit. There she is. What? What's going on? You stay right where you are. Oh, hello. 359 HP. She has no arts. Oh my lord, she's hitting him with the suitcase. Yes. Loves it.
Oh, are we done already?
God, I haven't seen level 10 in 3 games. Well, what the? That guy was no amateur. Well, they haven't noticed anything has happened just yet by the looks of it. It's only going to be a matter of time, though. I need to do something. Look, you. It's time you start talking. Who is this guy? Don't want the army to notice anything amiss either. Are you listening to me? Shh. Please be quiet. Well, at least now we know she's not on the hotel's guest list. Ah. Figured a rich girl like her would have to stay at a hotel, but I guess not. We're just gonna have to start scouring the city. From top to bottom. There she is! Get her! No, don't shout. Hey, did you hear that? Yeah, it came from over there. Oh. There she is. There's our target. Blonde, get her. What's going on? You've got some serious explaining to do, Missy. Well, let's start running. The hell? Wait. Run away. Yeah, we can't take 4 of them. Not happening. I don't even think we can take 2. I feel like the music is out of like Pink Panther.
Here comes a new challenger!
It's a Zerteki. What's up, Zerteki? How are you, buddy? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Jeff. We do a lot of retro modern RPGs here on the channel. We're currently playing through all of the Trails of series, the Legend of Heroes series. We are doing Trails in the Sky, the third, the final installment of the Sky trilogy. Zerteki, how was Forbidden West? He's really just dropping us off and abandoning us here. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. What's up, Leviathan? How are you, Miranda?
My name is Jeff.
My name is definitely Jeff, yes. Stuff froze. It's the Alberta weather. How's the game been going tonight? It's been going fantastic. I think we lost them. Just about. Okay, I've had enough of this. Zerteki with a 25 months at tier 2. You guys know what to do. Those emotes in there. Zerteki, thank you for the 25 glorious months at tier 2. Always appreciated, sir. Always appreciate the support. So if you're just joining us, we're doing like Star Doors and like optional side story doors, because you know how much I love side quests. So we have this one and we have another one, and then we'll do main game. I kind of want to finish chapter 4 tonight. You did the side quest all day, basically. Nice. From one side quest party to another. It has been 25 glorious months. Okay, I've had enough of this. It's time for you to open that mouth of yours. Just who are these guys? Why do they want to catch you? What do you even want? Well, don't even try and worm your way out of answering. I will hurt you. With this. That sounds painful. No use hiding it any longer, is there? They're trying to capture me. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Jeff is lost. I am lost. We meet up and continue to be lost doing side quests. You may want to you may want to find out some things. Lost is definitely a key word, but when we reach 1,000 followers, you guys are going to be enjoying some nice announcements, and Lost might be a part of one of those announcements. last time on Lost. I'm asking why they want to capture you. Go on, get talking. Let's start from the beginning. I suppose it started a month ago. My grandfather, who I was with, passed away. Your grandfather? That's right. He did mention that he intended to leave some of his fortune to me. But the will didn't say some. He wrote that he intended to leave me everything he had. So, well, a super rich guy leaving his fortune to a young girl. Okay, everything's starting to fall into place. So now every relative you have under the sun is on you like ants trying to get their share. At the very least, I still think my uncle is a very nice man. He said he wants to look after me until I turn 20. So as part of that, you should let him look after all the money you've inherited. Unbelievable. Maybe. His eyes when he said that kind of scared me, so I ended up turning his offer down. Wait, hide. They're pulling the Drax. They're hiding in plain sight. That little tree is not going to hide them. And now someone's hired those men to come after me. If I don't formally inherit his money, grandfather's will becomes invalid, you see. Most likely that's the reason they want to capture me, so I'm not able to do that. They're no ordinary street thugs either. They clearly have some experience under their belts. I can't believe they're just able to wander the streets of the capital in broad daylight like this. Just what is the army even doing? One of my relatives has connections in the Royal Army, so that's probably why. My family's pretty influential, actually. I'm getting a headache just listening to all of this. Hiring a bunch of suspicious, highly trained underlings to fight over an inheritance? You don't get more stereotypical spiteful rich person than that. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for an apology from you. Still, this really isn't looking good. We might have been able to win the last battle, but I'm not confident I can win another. I think the best thing we can do is try to get back to the guild house without getting caught, but I can't even see that being easy. Gulp. Phew. Come to think of it, I forgot to feed the birds. Feed the birds? I doubt it's meant to be taken literally. It's probably some kind of code they use, which means crap. Sorry, this way's a dead end. You've been giving us hell of a lot of trouble, but your luck just ran out. You're fast though, I'll give you that. Now grab her. I missed the critical? Really? That is unlucky.
It can't be.
Miss Sherazard, are you all right? I'm fine. Just get back. Well, I'll give you a little more credit for not giving up. Have you guys still not caught her? Well. You almost stood a chance against us. Almost. I don't want to be beaten by a bunch of low-life scum like these guys. Do you have any ideas for getting us out of this? Me? Oh. There's an entrance to the sewers nearby. If we can get to that, we might be able to escape the west block. That's a huge if, though. All right, let's go with that. Close your eyes for a second. What are you? 1, 2. Whoa, what are you? 3. What's that? Smoke grenade. My eyes. Go, Ina. Ready to go? What? What does this smell? This mustard gas? Wait up. Don't let them get away. Why do you even have that thing? What was the point of knocking that guy out too? It's locked. Get out of the way. Charizard took a wire and jammed it into the keyhole. Come on, hurry. Wait, get back here, damn it. Oh, look, it's locked again. Nice. It's no use, it's locked. Out of the way, I'll get it open. Should I use another one of those canisters? I've got pepper ones too. A pepper? You make these things yourself? I've got a few original blends of my own, yes. They were originally just white smoke grenades. For example, there's this one. It contains powdered laughing mushrooms. I've never tried it. Oh, you think it works? You don't need to find out now. It might get blown back in here. It won't budge. Don't bring an axe. We're gonna have to smash it open. That damn. Phew. Hi, Miranda. Looks like we bought ourselves some time. What were you thinking? What kind of insane maniac just uses a smoke grenade or a mustard gas canister or whatever it was? You shouldn't even be making that kind of stuff. I thought you were a high-class lady. Truly? But it helped us get to safety, didn't it? Well, yeah, but still. Where did you even learn to make those things? My grandfather loved collecting books. He had his own personal library in the mansion. I learned all kinds of useful things from there. I take it you're not much of a book enthusiast yourself, so you probably wouldn't have read any of these things I have. But there's a famous spy novel I remember reading, and it has a scene in it where the protagonist makes their own smoke grenade. She learned it from a book. I take it back. Miss Rich is written all over her naive face. Look, let me make this very clear for your own good. You might have gotten us at a dangerous situation earlier, but you got lucky. Don't expect that to happen a second time. But don't get cocky just because you picked up some mildly useful knowledge from a book that may or may not have even worked. I don't want to see you doing anything like that again. Are we clear? Yes, of course. That's all. Let's get going. Being in the sewers like these always brings back unpleasant memories. Feels like my instincts are coming right back though. Oh, why did she go suddenly go silent? Did I say something to annoy her? Let's move. When they come back, they'll get that door open in no time. Miranda! Thank you for the sub gift to Dan. Dan, enjoy the Tonberries and the Trails emotes, sir. Welcome into the family. Get some emotes in there, please. Thank you so much, Miranda. Specifically, the gooseberry. When they come back, they'll get that door open in no time. But be careful and stay close to me. There are bound to be monsters here. Right. This is supposed to be the short one? Oh, poop. Nice miss, nice miss. I like it. I like it. Oops. She missed. She whiffed. How strong is Ina? Not only is her liver strong, but young Ina can slap. Holy shit. Nice. 99 damage. Oh no, these things explode. This could be bad. Yeah, this could be bad. I think we're dead. Oh no, we're good. We're good. I want to make sure that I can survive an explosion. Excellent. I'm empty now, but when I was younger, adventurers couldn't keep their hands off me. So tell me, how effective was that expired medicine? I don't know. Oh, we'll find out.
Oh, are we done already?
Nice. Level 11. And we have, oh yes. What? No, 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 no. There we go. We almost done it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 do, 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 do. Okay, roll this way. Shit. Shit. Alright, I'm not fighting this one. Awesome. Let's chest bump. Oh, there's two of these. That's not bad. $93 damage with a fucking suitcase. Did you hear about the new Silence of the Lambs sequel that's set to take place in Newfoundland? It's going to be called Damn it, Leviathan. Do is be quiet. Do you take joy in yanking out others' insides? Damn it, Uis. We're all about the puns here and the jokes, aren't we? Love it.
Seems you came up short.
So I heard you like chests. You pervert. Wow. Chest calling us out. Hold on. I forget which way I came. Did I go in here? I did go in here, okay.
Seems you came up short.
These are not short doors. I don't understand. Oh. I'm guessing we'll need to find some way through this door to get back to the west block. There should be some way to open it nearby. Let's start looking and stick close to me. Oh, that my. That's kind of romantic, don't you think? In what way is anything in this situation romantic? The trick is none of them are short. The game told me they were short. The game lied to me. Is it not budging? Stay quiet for a minute. I'll handle this. Charizard removed a rock from the bottom of the device and placed her hand inside. Hey! Let's go. Wow. You really are amazing. Not for this. This isn't all that different from breaking into a safe, to be honest. Really, though. Shouldn't be impressed by these kind of things, or getting used to them. Why? There are some things in life you're just better off not knowing. And some things you're better off not being able to do. The entire town smelled like rotting open drain and was reveled in even for a slum. The people who ended up there were largely those who couldn't be accommodated in a prison, those who had been driven out of the cities, or children who had been abandoned there like yesterday's garbage. I did whatever I had to do in order to survive and live to see another day. Picking pockets at every opportunity was a habit I picked up from a very young age. Anything that caught my eye, I took. But even then, I didn't end up with enough to live on. There was always men there who made their living by taking from people like me. The surest way to make money was stealing from the safes of the rich when they were out of their mansions. The residential area full of wealthy people on the other side of the river, accessible through an underground sewer, was the perfect target for this. Every time I felt hungry, I sneaked inside one of the mansions and made use of the skills I felt like I'd known since the day I was born. The most important thing to remember when doing this was not to take anything in one go. Instead, the key was to only take only a small amount each time, enough to get by, but not enough for the mansion's owner to notice anything was gone. With a simple piece of wire, I had access to enough Mira to live for a couple more weeks. Before I knew it, I was doing it every day, and building up a stockpile of money instead of simply taking what I needed in short term. And boy, I paid the price for it. I had it all taken from me by the men of the slums and ended up being kicked and stomped on until coughed up blood. Everyone did what they did. Or they said they did as much anyway, so that they could keep on living. The art style, like the art style for this here is absolutely phenomenal. Like that is some good stuff. Always pretending to be desperate as an excuse to live by any means, but always taking the easiest road they can find. The town I lived in was devoid of energy, but full of filthy humans like them, and like me. Again and again, I thought about giving it up. Again and again, I said to myself that I wanted to stop, but I couldn't do it. I hated myself for what I was doing. I hated the fact that I couldn't stop. It was because I didn't want to return to that life that I ended up becoming a bracer. Because if I didn't, I was so scared I would end up right back where I was. The troop had saved me from that place and had made me into a respectable human being. But when I lost them, I was afraid. One thought stood out above all the rest. No matter how much I tried to forget, no matter how used I became to my new life, no matter how much I tried to deny it, I was yesterday's garbage from the slums, and nothing I could do would change that. And that's it. really. One day, I'm sure I'll end up returning there. That's why I need to be strong. To stay strong. What job I do doesn't even matter. Anything I can pour my heart into that'll let me live an honest life is fine. Anything that keeps my mind off the past. Anything that lets me keep the ugliness in my heart at bay. If it makes me stronger without relying on others, then it's fine. It's fine. I need to be strong. Stronger than anyone. Stronger than anyone. But am I? Am I really doing all the right in my new life? Am I really getting stronger? Am I, Lucy? Miss Sherazard, are you all right? You're looking very gloomy all of a sudden. It's nothing. I'm fine. As soon as I finish this job, Kurt will give me my last recommendation I need. And I can finally become a real bracer. Then no one will be able to tell me I'm not strong. I won't let them. I will be strong. Anyway, we're leaving. Oh, wait a second. Miss Sherazard? As soon as I finish this job. I don't think there's a chest 2 anymore, Cardboard. If you wanted that badly, you could have asked. I'm going to 320. I'm gonna save just in case. This is one of the only ones where you can actually save. I think I might have changed it. Sorry, but the legendary item drop is in another chest. Fair. That's fair. Bum bum bum. Guess it's locked. I know it is. Just shut up. You'll break my concentration. Oh, my bad. Sherazard took out a wire and inserted it into the keyhole. Phew, we're finally back on the surface. It's evening, too. That took longer than I thought it would. We should hurry. Of course. Are you all right, though? What? You look kind of pale. Are you feeling tired? Maybe we should rest a little before moving on. I'm fine. Had enough training to handle this level of physical activity. Thank you very much. Don't underestimate the stamina of a bracer. I suppose you're right. I'm sorry. Wait, what the hell? She was never more than a few steps behind me at any given moment. How is she still fine? She never seemed out of breath even when we were being chased by those guys, come to think of it. I feel like there were a few times where she was even ahead of me. What is up with this girl? Is this like nothing to her? Are you absolutely sure you don't need to rest? I do have a few snacks on me. Would you like me to share some? It's okay. I'm definitely fine. Right now, we need to focus on getting back to the guild so we can hide out there. Food breaks can wait. We might have run into a lot of trouble on the way, but the request was to show you around the capital. I've done that. Now all I need to do is get back to the guild, and this request is done. I win. Come on, get a move on. I still feel like it would be a good idea to rest at least a little, though. Are you certain you're all right? How many times do I have to repeat myself before you get the message? To hell with it all. Oh, Jesus, it's Neil. Hide. I was up all night working that damn story. All night. What is it with Trails characters and going in, like, bumping into people or into objects? Who the hell does Noticia think she is? The better the scoop, the hotter it needs to be caught. Does she think I don't know that? Ugh. What do you think he's talking about? I've got no more idea than you do. Maybe he's using some kind of code like those men from earlier? He couldn't be one of them, could he? Do you think he could be? Damn it all. Can't be sure. Just look at his eyes, though. He doesn't look like a man who makes an honest living to me. I see what you mean. We've come this far. There's no way I'm letting us get caught now. We need to proceed carefully and deliberately. Let's see if we can find another route. Ah, if I remember correctly, that house over there is empty. This way. Follow me. For Adios' sake. Those text boxes again? He's gonna have to call Raymond again. Wait, he works at the villa now, doesn't he? Just my luck. That's ages away. I swear this job is bad for my blood pressure. I need a more nut. I'll probably have no hair because I'm gonna pull it out from these freaking text boxes. Come on. Why are there still so many of them going around? When we get to the guild like this, I think we're gonna have to spend the rest of the night here, unfortunately. It won't need to come to that. If I can find a good opening, we can force our way through. It's just a case of finding one. I don't think that's a good idea. We need to be careful and rest while we can. As logical as that sounds, I'm not buying it's for real reason. Get a grip, Shara. I can't let my emotions get the better of me. There's no guarantee we're even safe here, you know. I still think the safest option is the long run to get to the guild, no matter what we have to do to get there. She's going to sleep. Hey, where do you think you're going? I think the second floor is a better place to rest than the first. We'll find it easier to escape from here than we would from below. This should be a good spot. Wait one damn minute. This is your safety we're talking about here. You can't stand to listen to me. Those men will be patrolling carefully for the rest of the night. They aren't going to give you the opening you want. Or at least I don't believe they will. We've made it this far, so I think it would be best for us to rest for tonight and resume trying tomorrow, don't you? Trying to do what? Pardon? You're still hiding something, aren't you? For one thing, you're awfully familiar with this city for someone who's claimed it's her first time here. You also seem to know a lot about those men and what they will and won't do, too. What exactly are you really after? It's plain as day at this point that you want more than just not to be caught by them. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have asked to be shown around the capital. Not that I think that's what you want either. What's your real goal? Well, no answer? The work we do is based around trust. We can't accept requests for people who won't tell us what they're up to, or who knows what kind of crimes we could be abetting. Go on. The whole thing about the inheritance was a big fat lie, wasn't it? Something about you'd been setting off alarms since we started running around together. Strike that, since you first came to the guild. Why did you lie to me? The story about my inheritance is true. I swear it. I want to go to Grancel Castle. I really am the one to whom my grandfather gave his fortune, but I haven't finished the necessary procedures to truly inherit it yet. Until I complete the required paperwork in Grancel Castle's administration room, I'm not legally allowed anything, and that's why there are so many of those men in the black around that area. All of my relatives know exactly what I need to do, you see, so they're trying to make sure I can't do it. Still, if I don't keep trying to move forward, what a mess. Well, okay, for argument's sake, let's assume that I believe all of what you just said. Why am I only hearing about it now? That is, you thought I'd want in on the money, didn't you? If I did, and I knew everything, I'd have all the opportunities a greedy girl could dream of to take it when together with you. That's what you thought I'd do, isn't it? I'd play along and then steal it all for myself the second a chance presented itself. Do I look like that much of a scumbag to you? No, you don't. That's not it at all. After I lost grandfather, I lived on my own, all on my own. But the second his will became public, I had crowds of people descending upon me. People who, like you said, were interested only in claiming his fortune for themselves. They all started to live in mine and grandfather's house, and before I knew it, my once peaceful life was shattered. One day, someone would push me down the stairs. Another, I taste something funny in my food. These kinds of things began happening on a regular basis. Legally, they were my relatives while I was a minor, so there was very little I could do. I tried reasoning with them at first, but in the end, I had no choice but to leave home myself. I wandered the highways alone, going from place to place and trying not to be discovered. But I knew that while I could hopefully avoid being caught that way, I'd eventually just be declared as missing as presumed dead. Besides, after I'd left once, even if I did go back home, I knew I'd promptly be locked up somewhere and reported as still missing regardless. Grandfather's will would be declared as invalid in time, and my relatives would blissfully share their newly bequeathed wealth between them. I hated the thought of that happening. That is why I decided to return here to the capital. Even if it's the last thing I do, I will formally inherit what he wanted me to. That is why I decided to try and get an escort from someone I could trust. So it's not that I don't think I can trust you. Not at all. And, I will admit that wanting to explore the capital was a lie. I'm sorry for deceiving you. You're a grade A moron. I'm sorry. You could have said all this from the beginning and saved us a lot of headache. If I'd had known what you were trying to do, I would have been able to formally escort you where you wanted to go. And the guild would have been the safest place for you to hide out too. We wouldn't have ended up in this dump instead. I suppose you're right. I was just scared. I'll never be able to forget what I saw that day. Whatever I saw in the eyes of everyone who gathered to hear that will read. The horror I felt when I saw it. Madness, insanity, Cold, murderous light. Emotions that no one can explain, that no one can put into words. It wasn't visible for a long before they managed to push it back below the surface and out of sight. But it was still there. Because now, I believe there's something that all of us possess naturally. Human beings are capable of limitless cruelty. Every one of us. And that realization's left me terrified of us all. It's not that I don't trust bracers. It's just that I've been so scared. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have wasted your time with any of this. I should never have gotten you caught up in all of this when you were busy enough already. Just forget that Listen. Huh? It's my policy to give 100% of all work I undertake. Don't underestimate me. I'm the one who should be apologizing to you. I've wanted to be strong and to live with my head held high. I still believe I was right to feel that way. And yes, I've lived my hardest until now. But you've made me notice that there's something wrong with my attitude. I'm not going about it the right way. And it's made me realize anew that I want to be able to keep living with pride in my every step. So no more saying sorry, okay? I want to see this job through to the very end. Is this actually a star door? Or is this a moon door? Holy shit. So, where was it in Grancel Castle that we needed to go again? The administrative room. These doors are just too short. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is noon. Noon? Noon today? That barely leaves us any time at all. Why are you only telling me this now? It has to be filed within a month of the deceased passing away. That's the law here in Liberal, apparently. Oh, right. I never was such much good at this legal stuff. Wish they were. Wow, Heart Trip. Wow. I bet Kurt knows it all by heart, though. He did seem like the type who might. Let's get going. We don't have any time to waste. As long as we do as we discussed earlier, we should be able to handle this. We're getting inside that castle, and they're not going to stop us. Miss Sherazard, I really am glad that you were the one who undertook my request. The more time I spend with you, the more I realize you're really someone dependable, who relies on their own strength to live. You're blowing my merits out of proportion, I think. Also, can we stop with the Miss Sherazard now? The way you say it, it just makes my name sound ridiculously long. Does it? It does. It feels like our conversations take twice as long and as they should because of it. Miss Shara. My Shara. Well, if you insist. And now you know all there is to know about what I want to do. So I would like to firmly request again that you escort me to Grancel Castle. You got it. You'll get there. I promise you that. Thank you. Hold up. Okay, just let me go. I know which way I have to go. I can't actually go to the south block and go up through. Lovely. Really? I knew you'd come eventually. No joke, if they were 5 times longer, the stories would be more fully fleshed out. It would be great. You're not wrong, Rackamus. You're not wrong. Today's our last chance, after all. The game would be like 500 hours long, though. Although this is like the shortest of the 3. You're kidding me. A cat? No. Wait a sec. There might be something else inside. Don't let your guard down. I know. It's a bandit. There they are. Too late. Yeah, that was a swing and a miss there. Yep. That one wasn't though. And we're gonna do this. And I'm gonna take the critical from you and do this.
Someone's been naughty.
Oh my.
Seems you came up short.
This isn't good. Now's our chance, Ina. Alright. Oh, there's more. Shit. There's more of them? No. Nice of you to finally show yourselves. What's the holdup? Why haven't you made an example out of them yet? Our client's waiting. Gotta move on. You're really gonna regret messing with us, kids. I hope you don't expect to just be able to walk away after showing yourselves. First, I'm gonna kill you. The other young lady can live a while longer. She's still useful. As long as we can get her to write her own will, it'll save us having to forge one later. You really think this will be all that simple? If you think saying that it is going to unnerve us, you've got another thing coming. Ina, you can still run, right? Yes. I'll take all of these guys on myself. While I'm doing that, you run. What? You can't take this many opponents on yourself and have any chance of winning. You'll... Not going to beg for mercy, I take it? You've got something you need to do, and so do I. So let's just do them. Don't worry about me. As if I have any intention of dying here. What are you even talking about? Oh, she mad. Damn you. Go, Ina. But I said go. You seem to be having a little trouble over there, Scheherazade. Kurt? What? Yes. Who the hell are you? Kurt? What are you doing here? Have you forgotten that I'm affiliated with the Grancel branch of the guild? I see nothing odd about my presence here. Well, I know, but I'm happy that you seem to have realized exactly what it is you must do. But I can't say I'm pleased about how willing you appear to be throw your life away without first exploring other options. I'm sorry. I can't entirely fault your decision from the perspective of a bracer, but I would like you to give a little more attention to your surroundings. I'm well aware that you seem staunchly opposed to relying on others, but take a good look at the situation you're currently in and tell me exactly what it is that you should really be doing. Kurt, can you take care of these guys here for me? Yes! Certainly.
Go!
Let's go, Kurt.
Rise, storm, from the space between sky and sea.
Damn that damage. Now, Ina. Right. Half of us should be able to be enough to take care of this guy. Everyone else. What? Sorry for the delay, Kurt. Who's this? Not at all. I've largely taken care of them as it is. Gundalf? Oh God. You sure do work do fast work. Oh, I'm more surprised to see that obstinate young lady finally came to her senses. When she was with the Zeiss branch, she was more like a wild boar, always charging forward without stopping to take a look around her. I've always known she has what it takes to be an excellent brazier. She'd merely lost sight of something important and needed to be put back on track. Given the opportunity, she was always perfectly capable of doing so. She'll be able to get much stronger than she is now that she's righted herself. I'm sure of that. Ah, to be young again. Quit acting like we're not even here. Kill them both. They're sure taking their time. The hell are they even doing? Now, there's no need to be hasty. Capturing her isn't even necessary to the plan as far as I'm concerned. As soon as the noon bell chimes, true as that may be, sure, that would invalidate the will and ensure she doesn't get all of the money, but it'd also mean that you have to share with everyone else, which means our share will end up going down. I'd kind of like to avoid that if we can. Don't you worry, we've got plenty of options. Remember, you're only dealing with a single young girl. What? Uncle? Why? Oh dear. What are you doing here, Ina? Keep telling you how dangerous it is to go venturing outside, and alone at that. You blind old man. See, isn't here alone. Oh, I can see you getting in my way. Like they don't even care if they kill Ina in the process. That wasn't a very good shot. I take it marksmanship isn't exactly your forte. Sorry, sir. Charizard? What is it? Let's just force our way through here. We don't have time to mess around. Got it. It's time to come home, Ina. Everyone's waiting for you, you know. Nice miss, nice miss, nice miss. Oop. Oh, lovely. Strength up, defense down. Okay, getting a bit shit. Shit.
Someone's been naughty.
Gonna lose this again, I think. Yeah. God damn it. I do love Ina's AI is just run into the middle of everyone and do nothing, right? Got this one.
Oh, are we done already?
Well, what is the meaning of this? I paid good Mira to hire them, and this is the quality of service I receive. This is to be a breach of contract, surely. This isn't acceptable at all. I can barely bring myself to watch. I think it's time you took a little nap yourself. Ooh, what are you doing? Is that all you're capable of? Reckless violence? The poor upbringing you must have had. Uncle, I've got no interest in inheriting grandfather's land or his money. That's not why I've been running away from you or doing any of what I've done. But much as I don't need it, I know I don't want you to have a single mirror of it either. I'm so sorry. Nice. Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning. I sometimes really find myself doubting you're actually from a rich family like you say you are. How awful of you to say such a thing. I'd like to believe I apart more than you, at least. What are you doing? What in Adios' name happened out here? You there, throw down your weapon at once. I'm from the Bracer Guild. What? The guild? Charizard showed the soldiers her junior bracer badge. So you are. Still, what's a bracer doing here? Her Majesty may recognize the guild, but that doesn't make it all right for you to cause a commotion right outside the castle. I had reason to believe that these people were responsible for numerous criminal acts within the capital. I knocked them out for the sake of peace and order in Grancel, and the safety of its people. So could you do me a favor and arrest them? I haven't covered that part yet. Well, very well. Ordinarily, we'd be taking you away with us as well, but I'll let you off this time. You know what to do. Right. Still, while you may have gotten away without punishment this time, don't expect to be so lucky next time you try and overreach our authority. Protecting the capital is our job, and we'll show no mercy to anyone who causes trouble, bracer or otherwise. Oh, is it? Cool. Can I ask another favor then? There are a bunch of other friends still in the city. You couldn't take care of those, could you? Of course, last I saw, Kurt was with them, so you probably won't have to lift a finger there either. You two, follow me. Sir? I'll never get used to dealing with the army. What? Oh, I was just impressed by how much authority the bracer badge wields. You were kind of cool. That was the first time I've tried using my badge like that, I'll have you know. But never mind my badge now. We're running out of time. We need to hurry. Am I cold by any chance? I gotta pee. Right. Phew, we're finally here. Can't believe a girl like you could actually keep up with me running full throttle. Anyway, get that paperwork done, quickly. I'll be watching from here. Okay. I'll be as quick as I can then. Very unrelated answer, but I gotta laugh out of it. That's the whole point. The whole point. Ina put her signature on the necessary paperwork. I'm really happy for you, Ina. Congratulations. Charizard, it looks like I need a witness to sign this. A witness? You wouldn't be willing, would you? Sure. You're okay with me doing it? Of course I am, silly. In fact, I want it to be you. Then I'd be happy to. I never thought the day would come when I would be called as a witness for something like this. Or that the day would come when I'd be able to proudly say I was a senior bracer. Or that I would be able to feel overwhelmed with the pride over something in the first place. The undersigned Ina Holden shall hereby inherit the property of Saul John Holden as outlined in his last will and testament. Witness, Charizard Harvey. Thank you, Charizard. It's finally over. That's the request wrapped up, right? Actually, no. There's one more thing I need to do. We're still not done? Could you possibly bring me an application form? I'd like to make a donation to Her Majesty's Welfare Foundation. Aww. Good job, Ina. Good job. And this is how it started. Cheers.
I've just about had enough of you.
Wow. Thanks, Lord Navasa. I still can't believe you gave all of that money away. Okay, maybe you don't need all of it, but you'll still need some to live, right? I suppose you're right. What I did was a little strange. But I made up my mind to do this from the very beginning as a matter of principle. When I said I didn't do any of this for the money, I meant it. Still, congratulations on becoming a senior bracer. I'm not sure what the difference between a senior and a junior bracer is, but it's still clear that this is something you really worked for. It means I have a lot more authority, but I've got a lot more responsibility to go with it. It also means I get a nice new badge, but I wasn't ever interested in that personally. Oh, really? Yep. I'm relieved to hear that. Good old Kurt. I see you're finally beginning to understand the necessary mindset to a bracer, Scheherazade. Crap, it's Kurt. This might look like alcohol to you, but it's actually water. As today is admittedly a cause for celebration, I will turn a blind eye to your drinking tonight. Just don't go drinking so much that it interferes with your ability to do your job. Fine. What is it? As you're fully aware, Scheherazade, you are now a senior bracer, which means you must behave with more responsibility. That means I expect to see an end to you drinking in every moment between jobs, day or night, and sneaking out at night for it too. I also expect to no longer discover that you've been taking advantage of the busiest times in my schedule to behave like a drunken lunatic. Is that really what you usually do, Scheherazade? You sound like you tried a tried and true troublemaker. Don't say anything. Are we clear? Yes, sir. There's no need for the sir, of course. We're both senior bracers now, which means we're both on equal standing. Why, I'm hardly even a veteran. I'm still very much a rookie. Are you? Says who? Regardless, this isn't what I'm here to discuss. The matter I came for concerns your uncle, Ina. I came to make you aware of the fact that the Bracer Guild is capable of asking for leniency in its punishment. Hiring a Jaeger Corps for personal use carries a very grave punishment, you see. A Jaeger Corps? Are you referring to those men dressed in black? Yes, they're one of many corps that are known to be active here in Liberal. Recently, there have been many such corps making their way into the country, and they've been successful in finding work too. Hiring them is, of course, very illegal, but with the army as slow to act as they currently are, I've taken this chance to take care of them, though, so we should see any sign of any of the... my god. So we shouldn't see any sign of any in the near future. To take care of them? All of them? Now it makes sense. So it wasn't a coincidence that he showed up when he did. He's been investigating all of the Jaeger Corps in the Liberal so that he could start an operation to wipe them all out. No wonder he seems so swamped. The Jaegers in the country have been targeting wealthy individuals in hope of getting them to sign contracts. There have been countless cases like this all around the country of late, with civilians getting caught up in it at a worrying frequency. Goodness. I believe the case we're dealing with here was no exception, in that it was the Jaegers who came to your uncle rather than the other way around. It's hard to feel too much sympathy under these circumstances, but in a sense, your uncle was a victim in all of this as well. What? What are you trying to pull? Just because the Jaegers approached him and not the other way around, he's a victim? That he deserves to get off with a slap on the wrist? And Ina's supposed to be okay with that? He tried to kill her. Shara, please calm down. There's no need to shout. I'm sorry, but still. No one is saying he doesn't deserve to be punished for his actions. All I'm here to say is that if and only if Aina wishes, the guild is able to request leniency in his sentencing. That is all. Oh. You scared me for a minute. You need to make your decision immediately. Questioning him will take roughly a week as it is, based on what I've heard. You bear no responsibility to even making any choice at all, so please don't feel as though you have to think long and hard about this. Just please be aware that the possibility to forgive him exists. That is all. Alright. Incidentally, should you ever find yourself in need of assistance with anything in the future, the Bracer Guild is always available to aid you. We're certainly not omnipotent or infallible, but we'll at least strive to do what we can to aid those who want our help. Thank you. I'm really sorry for not telling you the whole story from the start, too. Please don't be. With the situation you were in, your reluctance is quite understandable. The time is 3 a.m. The door is still going. Jeff's bladder is ready to burst. Furthermore, one who is worthy of being a full-fledged bracer should be able to tell roughly what a client wants just from looking at them. They should also not, under any circumstance, try to chase away a potential client in genuine need. Ouch. I've still got a long way to go then, huh? Certainly, but don't we all? Alright, I've said what I came to say, so I'll be excusing myself now. Aw, really? You could stand to join us for one drink. I'm afraid not. I still have my duties as guild receptionist remaining after all. As for you, Shara, be careful you don't have too much water. Crud, why is he always got to be so serious? Oh, actually, how about you, Aina? Can you handle your liquor? If you can, you should join me for a few drinks. Well, all right then. You sure? Really, really sure? Of course. You've done so much for me. So how could I refuse? Joining you for a few drinks is the least I can do. Then let's get to boozing. Tonight's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see what a prim and proper girl like her looks like when she's drunk out of her mind. This is going to be awesome. And so it begins. Well, cheers. I'd seen girls just like her on the other side of that river. Silky blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes, smooth skin. The blissful children on the other side, dressed like royalty and smiling like angels. Seeing them, I asked myself the same question over and over again. Why aren't I on that side? I envied them. I hated them. I both longed to be one of them and rejected their existence. I knew the answer to my question from the very beginning. I despaired myself. I always tried to avoid others getting too close, believing that to be what I needed to do in order to live. But I could never completely get rid of the tiny, lingering hope deep within my heart. That eventually, no matter how long it took, the day would finally come when I could smile from the heart. That the day would come when I would finally be able to accept and forgive myself for how I was. The next day, Aina visited the Bracer Guild and registered her desire for her uncle to be shown leniency in his sentencing. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to accompany her, having been drunk under the table by her the night before. Side story, client, finished. Heaven's Eye, 4,000 Mira. Oh, that was a moon door. No wonder it was so freaking long. Okay, so Moon Door 3 is another long one. So yeah, Nope. Not tonight, folks. Not tonight. The goose will have to wait for tomorrow's station.